Well, roll of the dice. That does not look good.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed.
Wish fulfilled.
Radiant are scanning for enemies. Dire's top tower has some shaped problems. Dire structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Так, смотрим. Стендер, который немножечко подвязал. Пытается разбивать этого Хусика. Хусик пока живет, но все, погибает Хусик. Но будет ли еще только кого-то цепануть? Наверное, нет, просто разменяли один в один.
Оракл еще байбэкнулся,
Да,
не успел
Оракла убили.
на ульт добежать.
Этого я даже не заметил. Ну, кстати, тут убьют еще Манго. Так что размен, наверное, все-таки в пользу Ликвида. Двух хоров разменяли на одного.
Такое, там байбэк.
А дальше Микки, нагло, тут же десяточка побеждает, надо стать сейчас Микки, за то, что там появится. Микки, нет его цели, но и в итоге Север кто-то отрезан от бригады. И теряется белый жизнь, сейчас появится. Вот он появляется, станчик по Тайге. Надо Тайгу пытается там разобрать под вышкой. Тайга едва живой, нет, погибает Тайга.
Ой, сейчас байбэк умрет инсейне.
Да, сейчас такой таймер.
Нельзя тайминг, тут уже Микки появился. Смотрим, что дальше. Будет ли попытка подсейвить тиммейта. Бокси подняли, телекинез, Бокси уходит отсюда. Инсейни будет отдыхать целую минуту. Атака продолжается. Койпа прыгает, ломает хребет Муну. Мун дизайн, прыгает дальше на Койпу. Отрезан от команды. Тут же Пангальер. Койпа умрет сейчас еще раз. Пошел ультимейт. Ловит и избивает также Микки.
Доставай сотку, Артур.
Ну и Бокси пытается
Похоже,
уйти
что
отсюда.
пора, на самом деле.
О, Бокси! До конца! Бокси! Нет, не убьет он никого здесь, да. Бокси тоже в таверну. Ну, Ликвид тупо рандомно идут, просто и дерутся. Ну так нельзя играть. При том,
Они
что у
сейчас,
тебя...
я бы сказал, пляшут под дудку FNATIC. Они, вот, FNATIC накупили аур, которые там вот минимальные свои. Владмир, Баклер, у них есть танковый ВК с 2 жизнями. И они стоят себе, дерутся.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
You die, yet your failure lives on. That should help.
Is Dire going to make that? Dire's middle tower is under attack. Bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's getting friendly with Dire's bottom tower. Look at that.
Watching, that's how it's done.
Too scared of Radiant's top tower.
Where you watching?
Yes, your failure lives on.
I had no reason to notice you.
Yet your failure lives on. on. You die, yet your failure lives on. You die, yet your failure lives on. Yet your failure lives on. Oh, that is too good.
Thousands might weaken puny allies where I can.
5 seconds. It's Radiant's turn to ban. The cruel dire man. What's Radiant's ban plan anyway? It's Dire's turn to ban. What's Radiant's ban plan anyway? It's Dire's turn to ban. It's Radiant's turn to pick. Dire should pick now.
Flada.
10 seconds. 5 seconds. It's Dire's turn to pick. Ten seconds. 5 seconds. It's Radiant's pick.
Clockwork.
Ten seconds. 5 seconds. It's Radiant's turn to ban. Just
Incarnate.
Ten seconds. 5 seconds. It's Radiant's turn to ban. It's Dire's turn to ban. Ten seconds. 5 seconds. Dire should pick now. Ten seconds. 5 seconds remaining. It's Radiant's pick.
Grim stroke.
10 seconds. 5 seconds. It's Dire's turn to pick. Mariska has arrived. Ten seconds. 5 seconds. It's Radiant's turn to pick.
Ember Spirit.
Ten seconds. 5 seconds. Just who will Dire ban?
Poor thing.
Ten seconds. 5 seconds. What's Radiant's ban plan anyway? Ten seconds. 5 seconds. It's Radiant's pick. It's Dire's turn to pick.
I speak for the trees.
Ten seconds now. 5 seconds.
You die, yet your failure lives on.
Go crazy! Unfortunate. Go crazy! Go crazy!
Battle starts. Keep an eye out for an easy mark.
You die, yet your failure lives on.
Uproot and after them! You have been denied.
You die, yet your failure lives on. You die, yet your failure lives on. Yet your failure lives on. You die, yet your failure lives on.
Just aggressively pushing in all these lanes at once.
10 agility over the 250 health for Troll. I'm not too scared of anything. And it feels like he just sat top for like 7 minutes. Now he just sat bottom for 5 minutes, and they just don't really have an answer. We saw him try to go once, but as Blitz said, the supports are right there behind him.
I was going to say, Moon was like, he's right in front of the tier 2, same as 23 Savage, right? They're pushing these lanes all the way up onto your side of the map. Well, Moon just bypassed the tier 2.
Yeah. Liquid doesn't feel comfortable at making any moves, whereas FNATIC, they feel like they can get real deep into the map. And this just speaks to like how badly the laning phase went for Liquid, where they feel
one of his own. Will this be a kill on Koi? But the hook shot is there. He pushes them back, so he has a little extra stun. Well played by Ice.
This guy and his steals under pressure, man.
It's all in your head. He's a good one. Who's your guys' favorite 4-player right now? Obviously, besides like Taiga and Liquid, does anyone just stand out? We are going to see initiation. They want to bring down December. Can they? 8 the Remnants there again. They bring down Taiga, but they might get one. No, the Ember makes it out. Boxy's going to die instead, and it's looking like a crumble.
That's a feels bad trade.
Yeah,
like that's a
not even
morale
trade.
killer.
I was about to say,
It's
that's
a
not a
giveaway.
trade.
It's a
Yeah, that's
giveaway.
giveaway. There was nothing being given back to Liquid.
Yeah, so we know they are strong. They have had some so-so showings here. Troll's gonna ulti, wants to get that net. He gets the net. Koikva goes
just
down.
Respawned.
Ah, that is. Oh man, they're just getting run over now everywhere on the map. FNATIC is, and that's as you said, Blitz. It's the laning phase. You lose like all 3 lanes like that, you're just gonna get steamrolled, zambonied on.
So one of the weird things about that matchup, Clockwork versus Dark Willow, can't get hit by Battery Assault while you're Shadow Realm, but you also can't get out of the cogs by yourself.
Without getting out of Shadow Realm.
Getting out of Shadow Realm. So long as Ice just sits there and doesn't kill his own cogs, there's nothing.
The Sprout.
The
He tries to nice fake out. Pretended he sprouted himself. Goes around the corner. Nice play.
The instant voice lines by everybody.
Yeah. I like voice lines. A lot more than tips. It's funnier. Why are all I saw last game, why are all of Wraith Kings in caps?
Because he's a king.
He's yelling at all times.
He's decreeing stuff.
Okay. Oh.
So what if I swagger? You know, he's just always yelling.
Okay.
Yeah, he's bad king.
Yeah.
Dude, if you're the king.
Would have to like come in to hear me.
Yeah, but they can't. They can't get close enough to you.
Exactly. Stay the hell
So
away
they
from
just
me,
don't hear
peasants.
it. So they just don't hear anything you say ever.
As someone in a royal heritage, I don't want any peasants around me ever.
Grant, could you see? You're instantly just like installing like
tyranny.
Yeah.
Would you do the thing that nobody likes, but it's better for them anyway? Would you be that kind of person? Like you have the vision to see what's good for them, and they may not like it.
Yeah. I think I'd be in between, you know. Ooh, hookshot does whiff. They get the pushback. Ice, he's stuck here. Is Boxy stuck here? I'm not really sure. Well, Boxy's stuck there, it looks like. They will get the trade here on Ice, but Taiga goes down as well. Mickey has to waveform out, and it's a 10K lead now at 15 minutes in. Cap, I'd be in between. I'd make some bad calls, but I'd make some good calls, you know, to let them know I am for the people, but, like, the people are below me.
Every once in a while, you just put them in check.
Yeah,
just give them the metaphorical backhand.
But then, like, on a Monday, a random Monday is the king of decree, everyone gets it off. And who doesn't love a Monday off? After a weekend. Exactly.
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 I like Mondays.
Well, do you work at
Do you
8
work
to
in
5?
esports? Like, what
You
the
work at
hell?
8 to 5? Depression sets in Sunday night at 9 p.m., realizing your soul-draining job. I've been there. Trust me, everyone, I've been there.
The anxiety of Sunday where, like, your whole day's kind of ruined because you're like, I have to go back to work tomorrow.
Dude, it really is. Like, Friday nights and Saturdays are great.
Yeah.
Sunday morning, you wake up like, I got the day off. And then as it creeps forward, you're like, oh. Nethershell scooped up by the Radiant. Look at that ice.
He was too low.
He was. He just gets blasted by the Clockwork. And I mean, here I understand the play, right? Mickey has to get that kill there.
Yeah. He
And
was
so
trying to mark
has
down
be.
You die. Your failure lives on. You die, yet your failure lives on.
Radiant's middle tower.
Warriors of the wood.
You die, yet your failure lives on. You die, yet your failure lives on.
How long can we do?
To grave.
Your failure lives on. You die, yet your failure lives on.
10 What's Radiant's ban plan anyway?
I should have seen that one coming.
No. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. It's Radiant's pick. It's Dire's turn to pick.
Looks like we do see that ban, and apparently the game's not even showing me any audio. Give me 1 second. Let me try and sort this out. I'll be right back.
Seconds. 5 seconds.
Yeah, I'm here, Mike. Ah, good morning to you, Mike. You know, it's really early in the morning, much earlier than I expected, but I'm always glad to be casting some Dota 2. We've got a great matchup to kick us off here on the second stream, of course. EG up against OG.SEED, and this is one heck of a way to start the day, Mike. I think they're pretty safe. OG.SEED going for that Chen. Of course, that does mean they kind of want to pump that aggression on early. They're going to have some great sustain as they approach that mid-game, but they've got a way to control these lanes. If the Chen does get a couple of good creeps in that jungle, he can just pressure out any side lane or perhaps do an early rotation mid, which is kind of less common, but definitely a possibility. The Sand King pickup for OG.SEED as well does give them a lot more team fight. There is a bit more flexibility with that pick. You can run it on pause 4 still, although much less common. We could see it in the pause 3 as well. So you've got that flexibility now for Seed. EG, with the AA Faceless Void, are much more locked in. You've got a solid support right there in the AA. Great laning presence, great damage early on. A lot of heroes you can combine it with. The Void being one of them, of course, and the Void more than likely going to be played by Artesian in the safe lane. It's a really solid hero to have. Of course, you have easy setup for the Ice Blast now. And we have seen Void do a lot of work. You still have a lot of picks that can come in to really tie in with that Void as well. We could see a Pause 4 that will tie in better for the team fight. Something like the Snapfire would be ideal. And it's still in the pool, so you could make that work here for EG as well.
Player should pick now.
Of course, they do also have the, well, they don't have the option. I was about to say the Rubik was there, but it isn't. It was banned out first by OG.SEED, but Evil Geniuses, they'll go into the Earthshaker instead. Great team fight already coming out from this Dire side. It's going to be quite hard to deal with. Not to mention, of course, Chen doesn't exactly enjoy being up against the Earthshaker of all things.
Definitely not. It's going to be a bit risky for the Sand King as well. You have to ensure that the epicenter channel, if you're going to be depending on it in these team fights, you want to make sure you're clear of the Shaker. Very easy to interrupt that spell, which means OG.SEED will probably have to wait for something like the lineup from EG. I do like the Shaker, as you mentioned, ties into this team fight EG has quite nicely. It's a classic combination. We've seen EG as a team run this kind of triple hero lineup before. AA, Void, and Shaker. These are just really strong together. The Shaker can kind of interrupt the Void if you're not careful, so that's something you have to watch out for. Blocking the patting in the Chronosphere is kind of dangerous, but beyond that, solid lineup to have. Seed, they do pick up the Skyrat Mage next, and that does allow them to really just burst someone down with a Sand King for setup. So as soon as you hit level 6 on Seed's side, you can watch out for them to get those early rotations very early on, to get those early kills. With that Mage as well, you can go for something like the Legion Commander, which would be pretty useful against something like the Ench, especially once you hit 6, but it can help you lock down that Void as well if they want to go for that hero.
Certainly. Of course, the Evil Geniuses side go for the Enchantress pickup. Of course, it does look like to be a core Enchantress, and we have seen a bit of that in the offlane. It's still a very potent offlane hero, especially just with that level 1 impetus. So hard to lane against. Then, of course, you go into level 1 enchant, and it becomes even harder. And I've got to say, I thought Evil Geniuses with their laning phase looked a little bit weaker than OG.SEED to begin with, but with this enchant pickup, it gets me a little concerned for OG.SEED. However, they go into a Wraith King now.
Yeah, that's a really interesting pick from Seed. It does tie in with that Chen quite nicely, so you've got great push coming out for OG.SEED now. They've got the potential to melt these towers out after a team fight if you're not careful, or just toss the Chen and Wraith King in one lane and watch those objectives melt. I still have to talk about that EG Enchantress though. Just up against a Chen, it's just so potent. We've seen this as a counter pick to Chen a couple of times. If Chen goes into your lane with a couple of creeps, you can just charm one of those big creeps, and suddenly the gank is not going to go as smoothly as you'd expect. So just having that Ench actually works against the Chen quite nicely. It does go both ways as well, so if the Enchantress is playing aggressive, it's going to be a bit of an issue because Chen could just kind of pick up those creeps as well. I think it's much more important for the Chen in this case. If you're playing that core Enchantress, you're not going to be focusing on creep pickups. You'll be focusing on that harass.
Well, there's that last pick from OG.SEED. They go into the Void Spirit. It was left all the way through to the last pick. They won't even think about it, as Evil Geniuses will respond with the brother of Void Spirit. The Ember comes out. Overall, both drafts have finished up. Some great teamfight potential from both sides. OG.SEED looking pretty darn good, but Evil Geniuses probably looking even better. John, these drafts, who do you think may have come ahead at the end of all this?
I do favor EG's draft a lot more. I think it's very well rounded off. All these heroes work quite well together. All of them can play nicely in that Chronosphere. I think the only hero that doesn't do as well is, of course, that Ember Spirit. But you've got this kind of lineup from EG that just comes online fairly quickly, except for the Void. The Void can take a while if you're not maximizing Chrono. But EG can get up and running fairly quick. OG.SEED come online a bit faster, especially in that laning phase. Much more potency with that Chen, with that Sand King, and the Skyrat Mage. The Wraith King and Void Spirit don't take too much farm to come online, although if they do have a rough laning phase, it can be hard to recover. So you're going to have to ensure that laning phase goes well for Seed and try to take advantage of that early power spike. But I think this just against the lineup of EG. It's just this kind of lineup can stall that mid game, even if their laning phase goes rough. So OG.SEED have to play pretty darn good here. Like, they have to play around their timings quite well to deny EG a chance of getting up and running.
See how it all pans out as the game is about to begin. Again, this is the best of 2 round robin group stage. So BO2 between these two. We do have an immediate pause coming up. Looks like OG.SEED may be having a couple issues to start. Shouldn't take too long though. And we do have disconnection, so I will ask you, John, how's your morning going?
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, it's to be exact, it's 2:30 a.m. here in Southeast Asia, in my part of Southeast Asia. And I expected to be casting 5 hours later. Due to my own misunderstanding of time zones and for some reason believing Australia was behind me, not ahead of me in time. We've been casting together for a long time, and I kind of mixed that up. I'm probably just a bit jet lagged, but you know, it's fine. I got up, you gave me a pleasant wake-up call, and here we are. It's a good time. Of course, it's always fun casting Dota 2 at these hours, and, you know, we don't get to cast these teams too often, right? Like, we don't get to cast EG specifically too often. We haven't seen Europe in a while, and at least in our own casting, so this is really refreshing to have for both of us.
It certainly is. I was mentioning before, but EG are definitely the heavy betting favorites right now. Right now, those odds between these two teams and EV Geniuses, yeah, definitely looking pretty darn good. OG.SEED, though, definitely have a pretty good chance themselves, right? Like, it's not just about odds here. You just never know what the strats are from either side, so you can't really judge too quickly.
Definitely, like, we've seen, at the very least, probably not OG.SEED themselves, but we've seen all of these players go really far in tournaments before. It's just that OG.SEED, they had a pretty rough run in the close qualifiers, mainly because EU is just such a tight region for Dota 2 that it can be rough for these smaller teams to pop out still.
Z-Freak, gonna say hello to Arteezy, or Arteezy gives him a slap. Z-Freak will just run away. Having a look at that top lane as well, it really does look like a tough lane for this Void, John. Like, he's up against the Skywrath Mage, which is already going to be annoying enough, but then you've got Sibi there on the Sand King. It's a very rough laning stage for a Void.
It certainly will be, and this is something that OG.SEED does have in their draft, right? Like, their early game is going to be pretty fantastic. If they can shut down one of these big cores, it's going to take a while for EG to bounce back in. The key one is that Void. We have seen Faceless Voids get a rough start before. It takes them a while to farm up. They don't really have the fastest farm in their abilities, except for perhaps Time Walk to jump through those camps earlier, but still. Arteezy.
Gonna walk up to Z-Freak. Gonna try and go for the other Bounty Rune snipe, but there is gonna be Pexu there to protect. Arteezy won't be able to find anything for his trouble, so he'll just have to take a bit of harassment as he is gonna walk away. Z-Freak probably just gonna chase him down, but there's a Time Walk coming out. He is in fact gonna keep chasing him down, just to ensure he doesn't feel comfortable. And that'll be the end of that. Fly will rotate up top on the AA. He is to go as per normal. Z-Freak already going for that level 1 concussive shot. That slow going to be so frustrating for Arteezy as he's going to have to cop a few more right clicks. And we'll Sibi already going for the level 1 Sandstorm as well. So he just wants to ensure that the farm's secured, wants to ensure that Arteezy is going to have to be punished every time he comes in for a last hit. You can already see the Void trying to pull away this creep wave back underneath. Mid lane, Chessie up against Arbed, the Spirit Brothers. Chessie having a decent old time. Arbed, of course, keeping up very well. In fact, he's on top of the last hits board on the Ember Spirit. It does seem like it would favor the Ember to start with, just due to that Flame Guard that's available to the Ember Spirit. I guess it is still very, very even though. Like, it's it doesn't seem like either one can really kill each other in this mid lane unless they get a rotation or they hit level 6.
Definitely, it's a fairly even matchup. I would say that it is a bit easier in terms of cooldowns for Chessie, and he can kind of turn around with that Resonant Pulse quite nicely, so that is something you have to watch out for in that matchup.
Chessie already going to salve up, but maintaining lane control for now. Of course, down at the bot lane, we'll see Pexu up against Crit on that Earthshaker. And Madara, he is there on the Wraith King, up against Ramses on the Enchantress. Definitely a very, very hard lane for the Wraith King as well. Ramses shouldn't really have too much trouble securing farm in this off lane.
Definitely not. He was copping a bit of damage early on, but level 1 is kind of Enchantress's weakest point. That level 2 you can kind of play around. Does have a nice big creep to tank as well right in front if he wants to apply some pressure.
That's pretty much what Ramsey's doing. Madara finding it difficult to even get close right now to the creep wave. Pexu, there's only so much he can help, especially because Crit is on his backside the whole time. Ramses, he'll just continue to control the lane. Of course, looking back up to top, Arteezy, he's still having to farm underneath that tier 1 tower. Z-Freak gonna actually go for a creep pull. Bring that back behind his own tier 1 as Fly. Gonna try and disrupt this a little bit. Concussive shot will fly out from Z-Freak. But he will eventually get away with this pull.
And that's just really going to help the cause here. Sibi can clear out the camps and have creeps around. It's going to massively boost his progress in the laning phase.
This is, I mean, Sibi's going to get some farm up pretty darn quick at this rate if this keeps up. 22 last hits, 0 denies in the Sand King. He's having a great old time. Has the level 2 Sandstorm, so even if they do pull the creep wave underneath that tier 1 or just behind it, doesn't really care. He always just rotates to the jungle, clears out creeps there instead with Sandstorm. And I suppose perhaps EG are just not that concerned about the Sand King in the first place, or there's not really much they can do anyway. But as you can see, Sibi again, just going to commit the Sandstorm, keep auto-attacking to ensure they stick around. Though mid lane, Chessie and Z-Freak do rotate and find Arbit on the Ember Spirit. And that'll actually, it won't really be first blood, but that will be the first kill of the game.
And that just gives Chessie such an easier time here down mid. It was a bit of an aggressive play from Abid. He did see Chessie pretty low. Probably didn't expect he'd commit for the TP. That does cost him just a bit more in this lane.
I'm having a look back down bot. Right now, Ramsey's 24-4 with that Enchantress. Madara, 17-3, really struggling to get in close again. And it's not too surprising. Every time he comes close, he's going to cop an impetus throw. Although, there is going to be a stun from Madara. Ramsey's going to survive thanks to the Fissure of Crit. He'll just be farming up in this lane. He does have a Fairy Fire just in case he needs it. Chessie in that mid lane actually falling very, very low on the Void Spirit again. Arben being rather aggressive. Last time he did get punished for it. This time, guess we'll have to wait and see. Sleight of Fist, actually Chessie! Underestimating the Sleight of Fist damage, but that was a level 3 slide, and he does end up dying.
Yeah, just small mistakes like that with these caliber of mid players, of course. It's something that Abed can definitely manipulate, and of course that just counteracts that early death last time around, although there are 3 heroes down bot now for OG.SEED.
Yeah, they want to find Ramsey's with this Enchantress, though. Ramsey's immediate TP, they will not find a stun in time. The skeletons do come out, but it means nothing as Ramses. Oh, maybe he does come back. That's probably not a great idea as they are still around. Ramses very fires up, but is gonna die. Yeah, he TP'd down to his tier 2 tower, feeling like he may have been safe, but he just returned a little too early. As top lane, looks like they are gonna find Sibi on the Sand King now. Fly at least does get a trade on the opposing offlaner, but definitely a bit too early there from Ramses on the Enchantress.
Oh, definitely. It looked like a good to TP back, but ends up being punished for trying to go for a bit of a greedier play. Probably didn't expect the Sky to be sticking around there as well, so is punished for that, of course. They do manage to get that counter kill up top, and that does kind of even out the lanes. Pretty even in the game overall anyway. 6 minutes in, 2-2, less than 1k lead for AG, and pretty much all of the farm being distributed equally across both teams.
Crit. They're gonna try and go on Madara. Dara. Dara, of course, not level 6 yet, so doesn't have that second life. In fact, Arteezy comes in with a pretty decent chrono onto 2. They will find the Wraith King now. Pexu doesn't really have anywhere to go. Will make a run for it, but there's a lot of damage coming in from Ramses. They have the surround. He can't really juke this out. Does have a TP available, but Crit's always going to be watching with the Earthshaker. And there's the Fisher coming out. That'll be a double kill coming up for Ramses now as Sibby top lane does find Fly, who was left by himself. But EG, they definitely won't mind that. They'll be very happy about this rotation at bot.
Oh, definitely so. Early rotation from RTZ, but we do like seeing that. Faceless Void players, when they go around to find those early chrono kills, does tell you that they have a really good understanding of the hero, of course, and this is RTZ, so just really good game sense coming out from him, maximizing that spell. Hopefully he does keep that up once the cooldown's down again, but EG looks to be off to a pretty decent start. Like, they lost their bot tower, but they're now set up to get a bit of a push going for themselves as well, down bot.
Set it up. Not going to be the fastest process with the Void Earthshaker, but they'll try, as there is going to be a rotation from Sibby on the Sand King, but Crit does spot it out immediately. Gets the Fisher out. Sibby's still going to be perfectly safe, as now he has a rotation coming in from the Chen Pexu. They'll throw the Burrow Strike with the Sandstorm. Arteezy does have Time Walk. They'll just walk away. Maybe they won't. Arbet does rotate in with Fly. They are smoked up. They see Sibby in the Sandstorm. Don't really have protection though. Like, never mind, there is a sentry ward underneath the tier 1, but that's going to be denied off. How do you go after the Sand King? Remnant going to be there on Fly now. They're just going to jump the backlines, and Fly just ends up dying to Chessie.
Yeah, it's EG kind of hesitating to jump in there, kind of cost them. At the very least, they only lose their pos 5 support still. That was a lot of wasted time, especially for Abed. I mean, that's time he could have been using to farm up mid just a bit more. And I'm sure OG.SEED's going to be very happy about that. They defend their tower as well. They might be able to catch someone out. No, RTZ does pull back in the end.
Chessie wants to start up in the mid lane. Abed going to make a bit of a chase on the Ember. Slight, of course, will connect, but he doesn't have chains yet, so can't really lock this this Void Spirit down. Pexu going to rotate over now on the Chen. Are they going to try and make a play? Sibby, he does rotate in as well. They go straight after Crit on the Earthshake, and he just melts. That's the one thing about the Void Spirit. He just does so much burst damage. You can't really avoid to get caught out like that. Crit, he just melted to that damage.
Yeah, it looked like EG was trying to set up there. Abed did pop his Haste Rune in the back. So it looked like EG were trying to set up that kill with Crit, but in the end are punished for it. Massive rotation from OG.SEED, just kind of holding that back once more.
Arteezy try and go into Sibby. We get another slide off. He is dusted up. Sibby still just trying to man fight here. Burrow Strike gonna be there. There's not really much else he can do, as he was dusted, so he does just go down to Arteezy on the Void. Arteezy back to farming. Of course, he is top of the net worth right now on the Void, having a great old time. It's OG.SEED gonna take the opposing outpost now. We are about to approach that 10-minute mark. They weren't really able to get their own Radiant outpost back in time, and well, there's that free XP. There's those bounty runes coming up. 5-5, such an even game, and you really wouldn't assume it'd be this even considering the odds. But again, OG.SEED, you can't underestimate this team.
Definitely not. It's down to their lineup as well. Like, these guys do have a pretty strong early game. They still are there. They still have a bit of an advantage in terms of power spikes right here, although they have to be very cautious about that Chronosphere from RTZ. He's got it up and running once more. He does have Abed nearby. They could just go for the Chrono to try to find Sibby here. So he's going to have to be a bit more cautious.
And he will.
There you go.
Chrono will be there in the Sandstorm. Will reveal him, and the Ice Blast going to fly through. That'd be a very easy kill. It's just one of those things with Chrono. I mean, you always talk about this, but when it's off cooldown, just use it. Just secure a kill and get it over and done with. His mid lane. Chessie now going to make a jump onto Crit. Crit in the tree line, pretty much trapped up. Doesn't have anywhere to go but down, and he does end up dying. OG.SEED now just going to try and avoid the fight with Arbet. Or maybe they just push into Arbet, as he is still sticking around. But he is near his tier 2. I think it might be a little bit too dangerous for the moment. They do secure the tier 1 anyway.
Yeah, overall, OG.SEED is getting a bit more in terms of map control here. They have taken out 2 towers from the map. That's just going to mean EG is going to have a bit of a harder time trying to farm up, especially with that mid tower gone. That just means Abed's not going to have any more decent access to the middle area of the map. And that is something OG.SEED can exploit. They're playing in that dire jungle now. So if EG's not going to be careful, they could get picked up here.
Madara, interestingly enough, John, rushing Aghanim Scepter, by the way, on the Wraith King. As mid lane, they are going to catch Abed with the Remnant, and he is being silenced up. Chessie setting up a great kill for himself. Well, with the Ancient Seal of the Skywrath Mage, it makes it very, very hard for Abed to actually get out of these engagements once he gets caught.
Definitely. It's one of the things you really have to watch out for with that Ember Spirit, especially if you're not going for any defensive items early on. As you can see, Abed is going straight for the crit stick, so an early crystal is out for him, which means that once he's silenced up, that's pretty much it. That's really easy setup for OG.SEED, and that is something they should look to really kind of just abuse.
Sibi again, bot lane, gonna go down. Artesian Fly taking care of that. Artesi does already have the Maelstrom up now on the Void, so you have a lot of damage output from this Void already. Of course, Fly was just there with the follow-up Ice Blast. Sibi, that's going to be his 4th death of the game, though. Top lane, they are going to rotate onto Crit now on that Earthshaker. Crit again, stuck in the trees. And, well, Peksu will be the one to pick up the kill, this time on the Chen. John, I've got to ask you, though, why rush the Aghanim Scepter on the Wraith King?
That's a bit of a tricky one. The stats are nice. I suppose the build-up is not too bad, and the utility for your team is great. I think what they want is to try to avoid losing too hard in Chronospheres. That's the biggest thing I can take away from there. Like, as long as your Wraith King's around, if you die in that Chrono, you have some time to at least get a counterplay in. That's going to help the supports much more. And I think in this case, OG.SEED is relying a lot on their supports to set things up. So in that context, for a big 5v5, or if they get jumped and their supports get picked off in the back line, at the very least, they can throw out the silence to keep that Ember Spirit in place, or the amplification from the Chen, or at least casting some of the Chen's sustain out before anything else can happen. So it's just super useful for OG.SEED to have. It's not the most common first item pickup on the Wraith King, of course, but if they can make it work, then it's going to be hard to counteract that.
Well, that we can't disagree with, and he almost has it up. He just needs the point booster now. In fact, there's a 2k net worth lead for OG.SEED at the moment. They'll just keep controlling that Dire Jungler's mid lane. There is going to be chains being thrown out onto Chessie. Now the Chrono, Artesi again just perfectly timing it with the Ice Blast. They just burst Chessie down immediately. You saw the Hand of God fly in, but it just wasn't enough. And EG now look to be aggressive. Once again, they go through the Radiant side jungle. Of course, they definitely want that mid-tier 1 tower. OG.SEED already setting up to make sure that's protected. Fly gonna show himself for a little bit and throw a bit of harassment out onto Sibi. Looks like they will get away with just protecting that tier 1 as EG. They do separate again. Not really too interested in forcing that in yet.
Yeah, EG, again, they don't have too much map control in terms of taking these objectives. Right now, OG.SEED is still having a good time. It's still fairly even, 8-8, 1k advantage for OG.SEED, but they are forcing the map to be smaller. It doesn't feel like it's been affecting EG too much, though, although Ramses.
Yeah, gets more down, and well, with the Mystic Flare, it's a lot of damage. Sibi, he actually picks up the kill with the Burrow Strike. Artesi, they're going to come in, but he doesn't have Chrono. They got the chains off on Sibi. He's just sitting dark. The Sand King does go down, but now Fly gets caught out, and he goes down to the remnant of Chessie. It's going to make it a 10-9, but more importantly, they continue to push down this this mid-tier 2 tower, as now the Ancient Seal going to be thrown out with the concussive shot onto Abed. Remnant will not latch, but they will not be able to protect this tier 2. Madara will go ahead and pick that up. He has the full Ags up now, and they just back off again, just continue controlling this map.
It's going to be much harder for EG to try to take these defensive team fights now if they're going to go for the full 5v5. With that Ags up on Wraith King, if they don't clean up the backline completely, I mean, even if they clean up that backline completely, you're still going to have that sustain problem that the Chen will give. You're still going to have that silence issue, which the Skyrat Mage will give you. And it's just going to make it a bit harder for EG to force these fights out. They can still go for those single target pickoffs, which they have been doing. And they are smoked up to try to keep that up.
Well, again, back into that mid lane. Madara gonna show himself. That's the one target they don't really want to have to jump on. He'll be the one to push out that creep wave in the mid lane. Again, EG, they leave the mid lane alone. Smoke up, go down bot, see if you can find a pick off there. Unfortunately for them, OG.SEED are not really there to push out this bot wave, so they won't find a pick off either. And instead, OG.SEED, they go into the Roshan pit. And there is going to be an immediate scan out from EG as well as an Ice Blast to reveal what's going on in the pit. But do they have time to get in there as mid lane? Sibby making a jump onto Ramses. He's almost dead. And looks like Chessie should have the follow-up damage with the Remnant. And it's going to be more than enough. Chessie picks up another kill on the Void Spirit and OG.SEED. They should definitely be able to secure this Roshan for free now.
Definitely, RTZ's not in position to go for that defense there. They do have the Echo Slam and the Dagger up and crit. We actually haven't seen a single slam coming out from him just yet, but EG is in no position to try to contest this Roshan. It looks like Madara will just get himself a, what, second, third life going for himself if he does pick it up.
That he will. I love the fact that he's actually queued up a Divine Rapier as well on the Rapier. Does that trick still work where if you die with an Ags and you TP back to the base, you still have the Divine and it'll drop in the fountain instead? Never mind that question though. There is going to be a team fight. Z-Freak does get caught out. RTZ does have Chrono, but they don't really want to commit this into an Aegis. But back to my question, does that still work with the Aghanim Scepter Wraith King?
I believe it does. I think that should work. With the BKB build-up into that, I think that's exactly what Madara is going to be going for. So they're going to have a lot of damage on this Wraith King. It is going to be a bit of a slow build-up into the Divine itself. Like, that's going to give a lot of time for Cheesy to get some farm going for himself. He already has his BKB. He's going into Mjolnir next. He's been on point with his Chronospheres. They have been waiting around for this next one, but they are playing into an Aegis and an Ags of the Wraith King, so it's going to be a bit harder to get that done, although.
Jump in mid, crit. We'll find Z-Freak. There's that Wraith King Axe coming in. Crit gonna end up melting as now they chase for more. Ramses does pick up Z-Freak eventually, but they really want to get this Enchantress. Stuns will fly out from Pex, whose creeps is another stun from Madara. That Untouchable doing a lot of favors though. RTZ does jump in with the Chrono straight onto the Chen. They do find one. Again, the Aghanim Scepter keeping alive for now as they go for more. Ramses copying a fair bit of damage. He does get bursted by Chessie and Fly now. Going to be the next target. Looks like he has nowhere to go. RTZ, how do you save these supports? You don't, but he'll keep chasing. He'll keep trying to find trades as Remnant will come in, but won't actually latch on. A BKB is already there from RTZ now. He'll turn around onto Madara. It will be a BKB. TP away is Arbet. A very nice dodge on the stun. In fact, never mind, it just flew around him. They do eventually find the Ember, but he does manage to remnant away. Still a successful team fight coming out from OG.SEED.
It's that power of the Wraith King Ags. Like, even if you kill those supports, you're still up by that Skyrat Mage. You're still gonna get the heals out from the Chen, and even if they die afterwards, that's not the point. The point is you expend all these big spells for the backline that doesn't die. And they get an extra 2 seconds to get the control they need to counteract EG's draft. It's a really good pickup here. It's paying off for OG.SEED. They have to maintain that momentum, though. You saw a couple of issues. They couldn't clean up Arteezy, and they couldn't exactly clean up Abed. And that's just going to get worse.
He may be dead. Yeah, he is. He got clumsy up in the sandstorm, and Z-Freak was there with the follow-up damage. Crit did manage to get that bounty rune, so at least he got something for his death. But OG.SEED going to be walking away from all this with a 6k net worth lead, 15-11 on the scoreboard. As they look to Easy top lane, the epicenter going to be channeled up. He does get the Burrow Strike in time with the Veil of Discord. The time warp was already committed, but RTZ will have another one available. Madara going to try and get in there to throw a stun out. He does get it eventually, but RTZ, do you actually lock him down? Again, the BKB will be there in time, and he'll just TP away immediately. But you just see the damage output from OG.SEED. They're just not afraid to fight into this void. As long as he doesn't have Chrono, who the hell cares? Just run at him.
Exactly. That's the one great weakness of EG's draft. They are riding off the back of that Chronosphere quite well. It's a long cooldown at all levels. You know, it's always going to take some time for EG to find that opportunity to punch right in. And OG.SEED, they're not relying on big cooldowns. I guess Epicenter's a long one, but we don't really see that used too often. They just need a Wraith King to be around, their Skyrat Mage to be around, and the Void Spirit to be around as well for additional damage, and they can run down a lane. EG, they're still trying to play it slow. They're trying to farm up, get a few more items up and running on Arteezy Abed. They do have the Yules up on Abed, so it's going to be much harder to lock him in, but the silence still, their high ground is being seen.
Yules on crit, Mystic Flare going to be there. He just gets destroyed. As now AG coming up top to try and help defend this tier 3 tower. Crit yet to find an Echo Slam this game. We're 22 minutes in almost. They get us on off onto Abed. He does use himself up as well. He'll be fine for now. Remnant's not going to be there. In fact, Kessie will catch him with his own Remnant, and the Ancient Seal from Z-Freak not allowing him to get away. Now stun out onto Ramses. They won't bother going for the Enchantress, but rather going to go for that tier 3 tower. They're already pinging out those Raxes. Straight after the range first. Arteezy does have Chrono, but he's down bot farming. It looks like EG have said, don't even worry about TPing up, just keep farming, because there's no chance of us defending this Rax. They will try with Ramses anyway, as now Arteezy does TP. Madara, though, still has the Aegis, so he's not really afraid of too much. They may get the Aegis, but he's going to get the Rats. Can they punish? Madara gets Enchant slowed up. Trying to run his way out of this one. There's the Aegis expiring now, so if EG do want to make the jump, there's probably never been a better time, though it's not really anyone to jump. They'll just leave it be.
OG.SEED just managing to get that early set of racks, really helping out their cause here. This is the strength of their lineup. We talked about it from the draft, right? With that Wraith King, with the Chen, these guys can just melt those towers if you're not careful, and you know, EG's not quite out of it yet. They still have a lot of things they can bring to the table. We haven't seen Crits, Shaker pull it in the team fights just yet. We haven't seen that big Echo Slam coming out, and that's always going to be a factor in that high ground defense. But as long as OG.SEED maintains this momentum, it's going to be very easy for them to keep going. Like, you have the BKB up now on Madara. So he's going straight for that Divine, and once that's up, I don't think you have any way of surviving at all if you're EG right now.
No, it doesn't seem that way, right? Like, he reincarnates, pops BKB, TPs away with the Divine Rapier, and you have no way to stop him. It's an interesting strategy. I love seeing it. I guess if any team was going to run something like this, it would be OG, or rather OG.SEED. Madara, I mean, just judging by his farming pace right now, it's not going to take him too long. OG.SEED, they look to buy him space as they do smoke up, but it will be into the smoke of EG.
Oh, no.
They do get an Ancient Seal Mystic Flare. Arteezy, he gets bursted immediately. Now Abed, clumsy netted up. They have the control, or do they? He does Remnant away barely, but Chessie just jumps exactly on the same position. Remnant gonna be there to hold Ramses in. He's got nowhere to go as another silence comes out from Z-Freak on the Skyrath. Ramses gonna try and heal himself up. It'll be to no avail. Will actually give Ramses the tip as they find the kill. OG.SEED, they may just get a second Rax here.
Yeah, it's going to be a straightforward push. No buybacks for Arteezy, for Abed. They do respawn fairly quickly, but that's not going to be enough time for their towers to stay alive. It's a Wraith King, it's a Chen. They've got a lot of levels up, they've got a lot of damage up. These don't even hold.
No, they don't. They'll claim the mid-racks. They won't be able to go for the Megas. There is still a tier 2 down bot, but
Crit.
Again gonna be there on Crit. And this poor Earthshaker, just every time he shows his face, Chessie is on top of him. And with that, second Rack's gone. They won't push for any more. They'll back off. There's no real reason to rush. You've got so much control in this game. And Madara getting ever so close to that the Divine Rapier now. So once he's got that up, it just seems like EG has an impossible task ahead of them.
It's gonna be rough. They're gonna be relying on RTZ. They are, right? Like, they can't do anything else but wait for RTZ and Orbit to get online. It's rather unfortunate. I think the big factor for EG is the fact that Crit just can't get up there and control these fights. They rely completely on the Chronosphere because of that, because Crit just can't jump in and let off even a single Echo Slam. We've gone 26 minutes with a Shaker, and he just hasn't had that opportunity.
Remnant forward. Pexu does get caught, but Arteezy got Burrow striked up and now Clumsy netted up. They silence him. Do they have the damage up for Arteezy? He'll walk away. Still Remnant. Won't latch either, but they do force out BKB. Meanwhile, Arbit still going after Pexu. They'll find the Chen kill, but Madara, now maybe he wants to back off. Looks like he does. They don't want to fight without that Chen. And so EG, 5-man rotation. They do at least get the POS 5 Chen out of it. And that'll be it. They'll take an outpost, back off to safety, back to farming. But you saw how hard even that was. Like, Pexu just seemed to last forever.
Oh yeah, just way too much regen on the side of OG.SEED right now. At the very least, EG did not have to commit any big ultimates for that. So the Chronosphere is still up. Arteezy, you've still got the slam up for Crit, of course. You've got a few remnants out for Orbit, and you've still got those teals available for any big team fight that does break out, which looks like it potentially could.
Yeah, Fly. Gonna be an easy pick-off. Just a Burrow strike, concussive shot. Chessie has the damage, and Z-Freak will pick up the kill. Just don't know
fairly
what to do
straightforward
with your EG here. Like, it's just, they're so far behind right now. In fact, it's 14k net worth behind, to be exact. We'll have a look at the win probability for a second, John, and apparently they only have a 2% chance of winning this game. What can they do?
All they can do is really just take it slow, try to find the initiation they want, try to get the perfect Chronosphere, and allow Crit to get some damage in. And maybe you win team fight. It's just super hard against that Ags and Wraith King early on. It's just very hard to mitigate what the supports can do, and that's the biggest issue for EG right now, is that Chen is up to heal up, just always going to be around for that added control. And as long as those factors are in play, it's always going to be hard for EG. I think the best they can hope for is to find single target pickoffs without the Wraith King around, so just finding those kills without Wraith King. But it's not an easy thing to pull off. OG is kind of clumping up in the same general area now as well, so those opportunities are very limited.
Interesting thing to note, Arbit, he doesn't appear to be going for anything to purge off that silence coming out from the Skywrath. In fact, he's going for a Maelstrom on the Ember Spirit. I don't see anything like a Lotus Orb on Ramses or anyone else for that matter. It seems like the Ancient Seal is a huge factor in making sure Arbit can't do anything in these team fights. Yet he doesn't seem to... I mean, he's got the Yules, I get that. Is that really enough?
It's not really. Like, as long as they get something else first, or if they bait out the Yules first, which they have a couple of times, Arbit is still really vulnerable to being picked off. So there are a lot of issues here for EG to try to fix up through itemization. Still, Arbit is going for a Maelstrom first, feeling like the damage is a bit lacking, but we'll see whether or not that does pay off, as OG.SEED does go for the second Rosh.
They do. Gonna be another easy Roshan EG. They won't be in position to try and counter this Roshan. Divine Rapier gonna be there on Madara as well.
Oh man.
Yeah. It's hitting for almost 600 damage per auto attack. That's not including the crit.
And on Wraith King, it's just such a safe pickup, you know? It's not risk-free, but it's definitely safer than it would be. You know, it's like, he's got 3 lives. Yeah. Oh, crit.
Yeah, mid lane crit. What can you do? He's trying to get some wards out, trying to help out the team, but every time he pops up on the map, he just has a target on his back, this man. They'll smoke up. OG.SEED hoping someone comes in to farm the mid lane. Arteezy. Not going to take that bait. Arteezy, of course, does have a Satanic up now on the Void. You do have some more survivability potential from this Void. As Arbit now does also have the Maelstrom. He doesn't save for buyback gold, but I suppose even if he did have it, it's you know, it's arguable that they're not really going to be able to make a difference with buybacks at this point. They've got to win a team fight. They would have seen that Divine Rapier available on Madara as well as the Aegis now, but it looks like they do get started. They try to go after Peksu again on the Chen. Peksu's still surviving, but Arteezy will chase him down as he does have Chrono available. Doesn't commit it yet. BKB being popped with Satanic. He will survive through all the damage coming in. Madara still looking for Arbet. Yule's going to be there just in the nick of time. He'll try and slight Remnant away. Peksu still being chased down here by Ramses. He will eventually end up dying as Chessie gets Fly on the AA. Now they'll go after the Ember. Oh no, the Chrono doesn't connect on Chessie. Sibi's there with the follow-up Burrow Strike, and it looks like this game could almost be over as Slam comes out from Crit. It's pretty darn big, but is it enough? Sibi falling low, not low enough, as it looks like Arteezy does go down. And Crit does a Chessie, and Sibi does eventually go down as well. It was just the Wraith King Ags keeping them up. That was the first Chrono, and obviously you saw how much of an effect it did have. But Madara is still pushing that bot tier 2 tower.
I mean, I'd say that's a pretty good team fight for EG. They were playing into the 2 lives on this team so far, and they did manage to find those kills they needed. They still kind of had to sacrifice their 2 big cores, and they lost their mid lane. But overall, the state of the game for EG right now is still rough. But they are showing that they can take these fights if you're not careful. It's something that OG.SEED has to always be conscious about. Even if that Chronosphere misses, as long as Arteezy's positioned right, he can do a lot of damage, he can sustain himself, and he has queued up the Divine Rapier for himself now as well.
I love it. Gonna match the aggression with aggression. Arteezy, it's gonna take a while. He only has about 800 gold. Just less than 800, in fact. It's gonna take a bit of time, but once it's up, definitely have a little bit more of a chance of pushing this game back as EG. I mean, they're still holding on, and like you said, that last team fight, although they didn't really get Madara down, it doesn't really matter. It was still a great team fight, and it shows a sign of life from this Dire side. But OG.SEED look to go back towards that bot lane. They want to secure these megas. Madara will show himself, still holding on to that Aegis. They know Chrono is still down for another 45. Madara gonna go in, although Fisher gonna be there to block from Crit. They jumping on Chessie. Burrow Strike gonna be there from Sibi. He catches 2. Arteezy does barely manage to time walk it off, and he'll chase down this Sand King now, though Arteezy losing quite a bit of life, but he'll time walk away. Arbet does go down to Madara on the Wraith King. Still, they continue chasing down the Void. Arteezy, in fact, wants Peksu on the Chen. It looks like Chessie on the Void Spirit does get caught out. The Echo Slam being committed to ensure they get the kill. Arteezy, Madara will jump in again. BKB being popped. The Time Walk being very, very hard for OG.SEED to control as Arteezy just keeps dancing around them. Do they want to keep fighting Peksu? He's the main target they want on the Chen. It looks like they should be able to...
Mike? No, I think I'm here. Like, can you hear me? Oh boy.
Let's shake things up.
Yeah, I like seeing that from Arteezy. It's just, you know, the Divine is a bit of a double-edged sword. They are doing quite well, they just need to land these chronos down. Oh my god.
This
Oh man. Oh no. Ooh.
Well, this is what Dire's ancient vets were trying to control everyone. Radiant's middle tower is under
Evil geniuses turn to ban.
It's Radiant's turn to ban.
They were getting the items up on RTZ, they were getting the team fights they needed. We saw Crit finally use those Echo Slaps in really key moments. Wasn't enough to close out that game, and OG.SEED must be feeling really confident here as they go into game 2. A different set of bans coming out from them. They ban out the Chen this time, and they do give away the Snapfire to EG, but they pick up the Oracle first, so you've got that same sustain coming out here, that same durability that OG.SEED had last time, and to pick up the Void Spirit for themselves this time around.
Wow, and Evil Geniuses, John, they don't even think about it. The Void Spirit comes out, they again counter with their own Spirit. The Storm Spirit comes out this time for Abed rather than the Ember. And I was kind of expecting the Snapfire Mars combination to be the opening duo once I saw the Snapfire from Evil Geniuses, but
EG's coming from, they already know the mid lane matchup with that Void Spirit anyway. So it's something that they've probably faced before, and Abed should understand that matchup quite well. It doesn't quite fit in with what they've drafted first, though. It doesn't really tell me anything about that Snapfire pick they have just yet. So there's a lot more that EG has to show us as this draft goes on. OG.SEED, Oracle Void Spirit, I think is a much more straightforward combination. You've got great control with these two heroes. You've got great sustain from the Oracle. The Void Spirit doesn't take too long to come online. We saw that before as well. So it's just something OG.SEED does understand at this point, and EG, you know, they probably have a better mid lane matchup, at least maybe in Abed's mind. That's something that he can kind of play better. But they have to tidy up their draft. Like, they played around the Chronospheres last time quite well. They're not going to have that option this time as it is banned out by OG.SEED, but they're going to need something to allow this Storm Spirit to really start to snowball. That's going to be the key factor for EG this game.
it will be. We will have to wait out one more ban from OG.SEED before we get to see where these drafts are headed. Of course, we saw the Troll Husker being banned up on EG. Chessie last game around had a fantastic game on the Void Spirit, just doing so much work and was just impossible to catch most of the time. We'll see what the game plan is to hold this Void Spirit down. OG.SEED will continue to think about this final ban out. Of course, they did get rid of the Void, which, I mean, Snapfire Void combo is absolutely disgusting to play against, so that's fair enough. Do you ban out the Mars? Is it not really that much of a concern for OG.SEED? Because it does seem like the Arena of Blood and Snapfire Kisses are still just as potent as the Chrono. I mean, I understand you have the Void Spirit who can just jump out of the arena, but they get rid of the Spectre.
And they go straight into the puck as their next pick. So you've got a bit more flexibility for OG.SEED. Of course, we have seen that puck on support. We have seen it on the off lane. And we have occasionally seen it down mid as well. We'll see whether or not OG.SEED will decide to kind of flip their Void Spirit around and throw the puck down mid. But they have that option now. And they have really good team fight with that. They've got great control for the Storm Spirit with the Silence, with the Root, with a taunt from the Void Spirit. So all of these options are there to keep EG Storm in place. We'll see how exactly EG does draft up. As you mentioned, the Mars is still in the pool. Now, that's a combination we've seen a lot even before the minors, right? Like, it's something we saw come out particularly from China and Southeast Asia. I think that it really got picked up a lot from our direct casting, and I have to say the results for me were really just not too impressive. Like, it's potent, but it's not as guaranteed as something like the, you know, Chronosphere from Faceless Void. EG does pick up that Shadow Shaman here, so one of those really stable supports that kind of has just dwindled down, but it gives you a great way of catching out the Void Spirit or the puck with that Hex, so you've got a great way of just instantly disabling them and keeping them locked in with the Shackles to follow up. You've got great push with those Serpent boards coming out here from that Shadow Shaman, so once level 6 is up, you have a consistent way to melt these towers down. And you've got great laning presence. The damage Shadow Shaman does pump out is pretty nice. You can't really underestimate that. So EG's just going for a pretty stable, not too flashy kind of lineup here right now.
Yeah. It did seem a little weird for me when the Shadow Shaman came out because it's been so long since we've seen this support pop out. But I agree. I mean, the instant Hex, even the Shackle, is going to be very effective up against this Puck Void Spirit. OG.SEED, they will respond with a Sven now. This is a position 1 that we've seen popping up here and there. Of course, it has great farm potential. It hits like an absolute truck. You revolve yourself around the God Strength timing, but it is still a very, very potent hero to have, and it is a natural BKB carrier as well. So I guess for OG.SEED, this is just a pretty obvious pickup, but it's certainly not the most popular position 1 right now.
No, definitely not the most popular. Still fairly potent, I think. If your lineup can fit it in, it still does a lot of work. The biggest issue I see here is that the Storm Spirit is going to be a mild issue once some form of magic immunity is going to be up. So the Yules, once that's up, is going to cause issues for the Puck. And then it's just going to be a bit harder to catch him out with the Stormhammer from the Sven or the Root from the Oracle. If you're not, if you don't time it right, he can kind of just play around with that. So, especially once the BKB is up as well, it's just going to be a hard time to keep that Storm in place. It will take some time for that to happen, though. So OG.SEED still has a pretty big window to maximize that vulnerability from the Storm. And I do like the Sven. It can flash farm quite nice when it does fall behind it. If it does fall behind it lane, it can really maximize that jungle quite fast. It comes online fairly quick. You only need like 1 or 2 items to start fights early on. And it's just a nice little pickup that I think really ties in OG.SEED's draft. We saw these guys play aggressively in Game 1. The Sven will allow them to keep that up in Game 2.
Things do get a little bit harder though when you go into an Abaddon. It's one of those heroes you just don't seem to be able to kill in any of the team fights, and you generally want to avoid the man, but the Aphotic Shield spam, the Miscoil spam, it can all be a little bit frustrating to deal with. And as it stands with that Abaddon, it's going to be much harder to stop this this Storm Spirit from doing whatever it wants in the team fights, right? Like, you've got the Dream Call there. Storm doesn't really enjoy playing into that, but with at least with the Aphotic Shield, all the rest of the disables are just going to be purged off.
Yeah, that's one big boon there for EG. It doesn't give them as much team fight though. Like, their team fight's definitely not up there compared to Game 1, and even compared to what OG.SEED has now, but they are definitely making sure that their Storm Spirit will have a good time with that Abaddon pick. So more than likely we're going to be seeing Ramses playing that in the offlane, of course. It's going to be interesting to see how they tie up this draft. They still need safe laner to really maximize this kind of lineup. The Lifestealer would have been great. It would eat right through the Sven. You've got the natural vehicle in that Storm Spirit. It is banned out by OG.SEED though.
We see Meepo banned straight into the Morphling. That's an Arteezy Morphling, and if you do watch the Arteezy streams, John, you'll notice he's been playing a lot of Morphling recently. So we'll see how it all performs. Morphling into the Puck, into the Void Spirit, even into the Sven, I guess it's pretty nice, right? Like, just morphing into any of these heroes, they all have very valuable abilities for you to just take advantage of. And as it stands, I mean, they haven't really got the greatest ways of locking down the Morph nor the Storm Spirit. So I wonder, how do you finish this draft off if you're OG.SEED?
I suppose you look for something that can give you additional control here. You have pretty good teamfight as is, but if you can get something that ensures that you can lock down either the Storm or the Morph early on, that'd be great. I'd say they do have their cores up. It looks like they will be looking for a support, unless they are going to go for that support Puck. If they do go for that kind of move, I'd say something like the Legion would be nice, but they go with a Beastmaster, so that's the control you're looking for. It gives them great push as well. It's great presence in lane. The biggest issue I have for EG right now is that their timing with these two cores, with the Storm Spirit and Morph, and arguably even the Abaddon if you're trying to make it a big core, it takes a while for all of those heroes to come online, especially the Storm. We've seen the Storm fall behind multiple times before. We've seen the Morphling fall behind multiple times before as well. And these are two heroes that require so much farm. Compare that to OG.SEED. Void Spirit doesn't require too much. Puck doesn't require too much. Beastmaster doesn't require too much. The Sven doesn't require too much. You know, all of these heroes are going to be up and running by the 15-minute mark. And if EG's not careful, they could lose a lot of ground as they did in Game 1.
Very true. Of course, we are going to go going into game number 2 very, very soon. It is a best of 2 series. We are just waiting for the Sven pickup here from Madara. I mean, OG.SEED, game number 1, they were the heavy underdogs in terms of betting goes, but they pull off game 1. Game number 2, just looking at these drafts, John, I want you to tell me, which team do you think has a slightly better chance here, just based off draft?
I'd say, overall, I'd say OG.SEED. I think if they can get that early momentum, it's going to be almost a similar sort to game 1, except EG has an easier way of coming back in. The key thing for EG now is that they're not dealing with 2 lives in every single hero. So if you do clean up that back line, you are actually taking out their supports. You know, they're not going to be around to save anyone else. They're not going to be around to get their stuns off. They're not going to be around to slow down that team fight. So the biggest priority for EG in this case is to take out Pexu, take out that Oracle straight off the bat, staying in control, and then ensure that the Beastmaster is not going to be locking down your Storm Spirit and Morphling. You know, you can't allow that Roar to be used as the initiation tool for OG.SEED. If they can always play around that Roar cooldown, find a pick off in a core, transition to a tower push. Again, we saw them do the exact same thing in game 1.
That was with the Chen, which does feel like you just have the obvious advantage in the early game with the Chen. This time they won't have the option, but I do also tend to agree with the points you're making. This draft does seem quite potent from OG.SEED. If they late, I think we can both agree if it goes late, the Storm Morphling gets very, very scary though from EG. So it's going to be maybe a matter of just holding out for EG throughout that mid game, just not giving away too much to this OG.SEED side. I suppose only time's going to tell, John, as we have started game number 2.
Oh yeah. It's going to be interesting to see. I think the lane switch up that we're seeing here is going to be fascinating. Madara is walking up to top lane. They will toss down Sibi for the bot lane. And if EG does force a tri-lane down bot, this is exactly what OG.SEED would want. They would want to give their Sven an easier time. The Beastmaster wouldn't mind copying a bit of a hard lane. Like, all he could dip into the jungle. But at the end of the day, the Beastmaster initially really just wants to get some EXP. I think you just want to get higher levels to get your boar up, to apply harass in the lane. Last hits are nice to have, of course. Rushing your Necrobooks is good, or your Dominator, but you just want to be a constant annoyance as the Beastmaster. And I think even if you throw a lot of heroes down there, he will always be a nuisance.
See how Chessie can perform in the mid lane up against the Storm. Arbit had a great start last game, it just didn't transition to much. Like Arteezy is going down towards the bot lane on the Morph. Looks like they're gonna lane Arteezy and fly down to that bot lane. He is gonna be up against Sippy, like you already mentioned, on the Beastmaster. So they do get the correct matchups here, at least for EG. Definitely a much easier time up against the solo Beastmaster than it would be up against the seeming tri-lane of OG.SEED. Fortunately for Ramses, he's the one who's going to have to put up with that tri-lane if they do keep it up, but they don't. They do TP one back down bottom. That's going to be Pexu on the Oracle. Dara already giving Ramses a tip on the Abaddon to get this game started.
It's going to be a rough lane. Yeah, it's going to be a rough lane for EG. I think no matter what matchup they go for. Like, the Morphling early on, initial tree levels are going to be a bit rough. You're going to be copying a lot of damage from this Beastmaster and the Oracle down bot. So Arteezy, even if he's avoiding that control lane up top with Z-Freak and the Sven, you know, they can just kind of lock you in early on. Even avoiding that, it's not going to be smooth sailing for this Morph down bot.
It's already been a little bit of a rough start for Arteezy. 2 last hits, 2 denies in comparison to the 3 and 4 of Sibi. Of course, Pexu just going to be there harassing with those auto attacks of the Oracle. And the Oracles are very, very frustrating to support to have to lane against, because he does have a fair bit of burst damage, especially once you get to that level 3 mark and you have level 2 Purifying Flames. And for a Morphling who's generally on very low HP, and as you can see, Arteezy is on 380 HP right now, he could get bursted rather quick if he's not careful.
Oh yeah, it's something he has to always be conscious about, and Still kind of playing it low here.
Pexu getting a little too deep. Arteezy going to waveform forward. Pexu going to try and juke him.
No.
In fact, he does get a salve off. They do start strength morphing on Arteezy, but Fortune's End comes in. He's falling low. Zibby, can you find it? They do get the morphling, but the first blood will go to Fly on the Snapfire. Are you happy about that if you're EG, though? You just lost your POS 1.
I wouldn't say you're happy about that. You do manage to get a bit more EXP there, but with Zibby actually just soaking that kill by himself, he gets a little bit more EXP in that trade, even without the first blood bonus to gold and EXP. So it's still somewhat good for OG, although up top.
Yeah, Z-Freak getting a bit too deep. Madara now just going to have to back himself up as Crit, obviously with the level 1 shackles, has quite a bit of control onto the puck. Does get enough control, so Ramses can get the damage in. It's going to make it a 1-2 now. That was OG.SEED's first death of the game on that support puck. We'll see Arteezy return back to that bot lane on the Morphling, though again, Pexu immediately with the Fortune's End. They want to pitch out that harassment. He's forced to strength morph. This lane, it's just so done rough. Arteezy, he'll turn around now. Meanwhile, Z-Freak does find a courier, and that was Ramses' courier going down. Pexu just continuing this harassment out. It's such a rough lane for a Morphling. I just don't see how Arteezy can safely farm. It's now top lane. Chessie, or mid lane Chessie goes down. Madara going to be chased down by Ramses now. Looks like Chessie does eventually find Arbit next to that tier 1 tower. Madara, do you end up dying? Ramses just going to continue the chase. Crit is going to be there with the shackles. In fact, he doesn't even bother. He'll just body block up Madara, and he does end up dying. And Ramses gives him the immediate tip. So it does appear that at least both POS 1s are struggling in their respective lanes.
Definitely is a struggle for both sides in their POS 1 farm. So overall, the game is slightly leaning towards EG. They do have more kills, but net for it's still fairly even, and you do see a lane switch up coming out from OG.SEED now. They do toss Zibby up to top lane, and they do bring Madara down bot to face off against Arteezy.
I don't think you mind this if you're OG.SEED, right? Like, this safe lane is really no issue at all for OG.SEED. So Madara's basically going to get the free farm anyway. And you wouldn't mind just having that Stormhammer available to throw on Arteezy, like right now. Fortune's End with the Flying Pexu has a level 2 Purifying Flames, but doesn't quite have the damage yet. Arteezy looking too healthy. They'll chase after Pexu on the Oracle, but he'll manage to outrun them. Survive. They've managed to hold this Morphling at 8 last hits, 4 denies. Looks like mid lane. Arbit gonna try and make a jump onto Chessie. Chessie will return a bit of harassment, although Arbit still going now, zipping forward. Chessie's still looking healthy, but now he will just zip all the way forward. Chessie needs a bit more damage to take him out. He does get the Resonant Pulse out in time. Arbit has no mana.
Oh, man.
Static Remnant, he runs into it. Doesn't really care. And Arbit could not confirm the kill.
Yeah, that's pretty close, but not quite enough mana there to get the kills off. And that is just a bit of a demand pools there.
Pexu does go down bot lane. Fly managing to find the kill. Make it a 2-5 now. EG leading the kill score at least, and having a slight net worth lead. Looks like EG will commit a tri-lane now to ensure that Arteezy can secure some farm. Madara gonna have a lot more of a rough time in this safe lane.
Yeah, EG can get away with that because Ramses has had a pretty fantastic time up top. He's at level 6 now on the Abaddon. Hasn't leveled up that borrowed time just yet, but it's in stark contrast to Zibby, who's still at level 5 in the Beastmaster, so not as much as he can get done. And EG can afford to babysit Arteezy just a bit more. Again, this is a Morphling. He needs a lot of early farm to work well. You don't want this hero to struggle too much in that laning phase.
Do you think this is one of those games where Arteezy just rushes Ethereal Blade? It does seem like one, especially up against the Sven. Fly gonna get jumped on. They have Stormhammer. Madara with the control. Now the silence from Z-Freak. Purifying Flames will be enough damage output to finish off the kill. But do you think you go Ethereal Blade Rush on the Morphling this game?
It might be a bit too slow. I mean, he's going to have to eat a lot of camps for that, and you're going to have to sacrifice the Storm Spirits farm. Now, Abed has had a pretty decent time down mid. But that's still a storm. It's still going to require some downtime to farm up. I don't think you can afford to fully greed out like that. Or if you will, at least get like a Morbid Mask so you can sustain yourself in the jungle. It's still a slower start, like either way. Rushing that E-Blade or going for the Morbid Mask first into something defensive into the E-Blade, it's always going to be a slow start for EG. But they did go for that first phase storm and last pick Morphling. So they should be able to plan around that. But I don't think RTZ should be rushing in. We saw his patience in Game 1. We're going to have to see that same patience here in Game 2. Just trust in the abilities of his Morph.
Fly by the courier of Madara now. Cookie, going to be there. Just going to be a bit of harassment out from Fly. In fact, Madara may turn around now. Throws out the Storm Hammer. Fly. Be fine. Walk out. Dish the harassment back out onto the Sven. Just seems like there's no real way to get through the HP of Madara on the Sven right now. He just seems a little bit too tanky. They'll chip away at it slowly but surely, but he should still be relatively safe.
Sibi?
Sibi gonna get jumped on top lane. Abed is there. He commits the roar. He does get shackled regardless, and there should be a very easy kill. Looks like maybe it was just a bit of a panic roar. Thought perhaps he could get a TP off in time. It does not work out that way at all.
It's a good smoke rotation coming out from EG. Of course, that does help Abed just get him into that head start he needs. And this is really not buying space for RTZ, but they are maximizing the space for Abed at the very least, finding these kills early on. It's not missing out in too much down mid, although Z-Freak and Chessie are setting up for something.
They are. Fly will have all the knowledge in the world. Bring Abed down. In fact, there's a lot of rotations. They jump straight in onto Sibi again. The Hex setup was there from Crit, and it's just such a simple pick-off for Abed. It's one of those things versus Storm, John. You don't want to give too many kills away this early. He's already 3-1 as Ramsey's now going to dive close to that tier 1. Borrow time will be procced. They keep ensnaring him up, just waiting out the borrow time. And Chessie, do you actually have the damage? He won't even bother trying, as Crit was around, ready with the Hex and Shackles. In fact, maybe he will. Ramses, Aphotic Shield, another Astral Step. Remnant will not latch. And that'll be it. Chessie will happily back off.
I do like seeing this aggression coming out from EG. We've seen a lot of their early rotations really paying off, with Crit having a much more active role in this early game, in contrast to game number 1, where he just kind of had a rough start early on.
Freak trying to take the Dire outpost, almost gets caught out by Abed. Abed will be able to take the outpost back for his team, just in the nick of time before that 10-minute mark. They will have an outpost each anyway, so it's not too big of a deal. Do finally see the treads now come out on the Morph. Hasn't queued anything else yet, so we'll have to keep a close eye on him, see if he does opt to go for the Morbid Mask Ethereal, or whether he does go into something like a Manta early on. Pexu gonna be chased down. Fate's Edict gonna be there to slow things down, but here comes Ramses. He should have the slow. Pexu Fortunes ends up, but should know he's dead. He'll try to TP out. Will not be successful in doing so, though.
This is going to be a great transition to a push. Crit is just about to hit level 6. Although not quite enough XP in that last creep, so you're just going to have to take it a bit slow. But still, tower's more than likely going to be gone. No defense coming out from OG.SEED. They are walking Madara around in the jungle. He is spotted by Ward. Now, this is a very dangerous spot for Madara to be in. The pings are out as well.
Fly immediately starts chasing. Obviously not in range to throw a cookie out. They'll get the T1. That'll be enough for them. You saw Chessie trying to pressure the mid tier 1, but Abed was there to defend that. So instead, Sibi will be up top with Z-Freak, and they'll just get a trade-off onto that opposing tier 1 tower. Nobody from EG will try and contest, as they have rotated into the mid lane. And with that level 6 on Crit, he has Serpent Wards up, so you could definitely commit to trying to go for this, and they drop it immediately. With Ramses there as well with the Curse of Ivana's, they could really take this quick. The Serpent Wards, I believe, do also get the buff. Chessie, there with Madara. They're going to try and defend. They'll start clearing out those Serpent Wards. Meanwhile, behind them, there is a smoke. Sibby is going to be there with Z-Freak. They actually start pushing into tier 1 mid tower themselves, just with just 2 balls. Of course, a dominated Wildling that we see. As Ramses will be there to kind of force them off that tier 1. And, well, they both basically end up in even HP. So both teams really finding very even trades on the map right now.
Definitely. It is a bit of a better story for EG, I think, if the game stays even like this with the rougher start they have earlier on. It's
They're making the jump, fly, gonna be the first target, immediately gets bursted down, and now they jump onto Ramses. Borrowed time procced so darn quick. It's not gonna matter though. Body blocks out from Madara, and there's the roar from Sibby. And that'll be that tier 1 mid tower being secured by OG.SEED. That'll make it a 5-8 slight net worth lead for the side of OG.SEED, but they are starting to gain momentum as they look for Arbit now on the Storm. Could they actually catch him though? Chessie only has the Remnant to try and lock him down and doesn't even bother throwing it out. They'll just go ahead and try and control up that dire side jungle.
Yeah, and the pace of the game is kind of similar to game 1. You do have EG with a bit more of a kill lead this time around. Still, OG.SEED is hitting that point where they can just kind of take these fights. EG doesn't have the best response. They're going to have to wait around for the Serpent Wards to be up to get their own push going successfully. Even then, we saw last time down mid, it wasn't quite enough just yet. So they've got to buy some time, a lot more time, for Arteezy to be up and running. This time around, he is top of net worth though, so he's not falling behind too bad.
T1 mid does go down. EG do manage to claim it. Arteezy getting closer and closer to that Ethereal Blade now. He will make a jump onto Z-Freak, does actually morph into the puck, gets the silence off just in time to Z-Freak. He can't actually jaunt to the orb. He'll have to commit the Dream Coil. Doesn't have a TP available to use though, and that creep just following him down, giving vision to the side of EG.
Oh no.
Z-Freak getting so unlucky and does end up going down. EG gonna happily take that puck kill and go after that mid or the bot tier 2. We'll see Madara doing the exact same thing, but he is alone on the Sven. And I don't believe he'll be able to actually get the top tier 2 tower in time. OG.SEED mid lane. Starting to run up the hill, looking for EG. EG doesn't finish off the tier 2 tower. He's not willing to take a team fight. Rather just drag this game out up until their Morphlings up and farmed. They will successfully all run out of there safely.
Yeah, overall, I think EG is going to be very happy with his state of the game, although...
It's one catch out. Chessie got the use up onto Fly. Astral Step straight on crit. They do get the Snapfire. They'll find the Shadow Shaman. And it's just Chessie again on this Void Spirit. He's just all over the map, catching people out one after another. And with this hero, it's almost impossible to escape once he lands on you.
Definitely. He is playing that here to great effect, but the key issue for OG.SEED right now is that they have not really punished Arteezy. And he is going for that E-Blade straight up, so he's not going to have any defensive items, and he's not being punished for this, really. So This is allowing EG to build up.
Z-Freak is there, has Dream Call available. They'll leave Arteezy for now. Of course, he will have the assistance of Fly nearby, just in case they do jump the morph. It looks like that maybe was the game plan, but OG.SEED, they run around instead. Arbit gonna get caught out here by Chessie, but he has plenty of help around. Instead, they'll jump in, they'll try to start a team fight themselves, EG. Who do they get though? They'll go after the Oracle, the Kisses flying out immediately. There's a lot of damage coming up from this Snapfire as Peksu. He did use the False Promise. It's probably not gonna matter though, they have more than enough damage. And that'll be 2 supports on the side of OG.SEED now going down. EG just being very, very smart about what team fights they take.
It's been back and forth with these support trades so far from both teams. 16.5 minutes, 11, one slightly less than 1k advantage for EG. And this does mean that EG is actually riding out this early aggression from OG.SEED quite a fair bit better than game 1. Sure, they've lost some towers now, but they've also managed to find the exact same towers in the opposing end as well. And that is keeping them in parity here. We talked about the Morphling and Storm Spirit being extra greedy. It doesn't feel like it's been affecting the farm rate of EG too badly. Like, Abed's still progressing quite nicely. We talked about Arteezy. He's basically starting to free farm now, as no one else is contesting him in his lanes. So you are finding that EG is approaching the point when they get big.
Jesse jumping in mid. They just want to go after Fly. Very, very easy pickoff. Ramses was around the area, but really couldn't do much to help, and it was a bit too risky anyway. He didn't have borrowed time off cooldown. Instead, he'll show mid again. Just a bit of harassment out onto Jesse is Sibi now. Gonna throw out a Roar onto the Shadow Shaman, but there's the Ghost Scepter coming out from Arteezy, just ensuring there's no follow-up right-click damage onto crit. And EG, it kind of makes you wonder, right? You've got the Ethereal Blade up, you've almost got a Bloodstone on Abed. Once that Bloodstone's up, is that time for EG to smoke and start ganking?
And they've already smoked up now. They want Arteezy to maximize this investment, and without that Roar, it's going to be hard for OG to actually counterfight this.
Well, they're going to find Sibi mid. Hawk flying out, but of course won't catch him through the smoke, though Chessie actually breaks the smoke of Arteezy, but they are going straight after Madara on the Sven. Madara really has nowhere to go. Fate's Edict was there, but it's not really going to help too much. Madara, Stormhammer thrown out, but it is dodged by Abed. And Arteezy will pick up a quick double kill. Morphs into the Sven as well. That's going to allow him to farm a lot faster thanks to the cleave. And EG, I mean, considering the draft, considering that they shouldn't have the early game advantage, they seem to be doing pretty darn well.
Definitely. They're still losing a couple of heroes here and there, but those are just supports, and that's all OG.SEED has been able to find. That's the biggest difference between this game and Game 1.
Teasy again, Ethereals himself, though. Nice stun coming out from Sibi. Chessie does have a double damage rune active. He'd love to fight. They do go after Abed on the Storm, but the Remnant will be taken by Arteezy as he's already strength morphing up the Morphling, and he'll back out. Abed, though, is still being chased down, but Ramses will ensure he's safe. Though Madara gonna TP in, but do they actually find anybody here? No, they do not. EG do manage to back off successfully.
Yeah, it's a lot more patience from EG. Instead of brute forcing their way through these fights, they just find the pickoffs they want, they find the objectives, they pull back, they build up some more. OG.SEED, sure, they have some scaling with the Sven, they've got scaling with the Void Spirit as well, but they are losing that moment when they're just naturally stronger. You're getting to the point where EG just has the tools and they jump right in.
Chessie yules up onto Abed, trying to go after Ramses, but Astral steps out. Now Z, though, double Dream Coil is there. Sibi gets a Roar off, but immediately it's purged off by the shield, but they had the Silent Sea Freak controlling up Abed. Now God Strength will come out from Madara Fly. He just melts. They'll go after Arteezy on the Morphling, but he does manage to waveform away. Ramses, however, probably won't be so lucky. He runs back in like a man, but he also will die. That'll be 3 kills going to the way of OG.SEED for the price of nothing. And they are running towards the Roshan pit, and that definitely is an objective they could afford to take.
EG's got to be really careful about bleeding these early kills away. Sure, they're keeping parity with OG.SEED, but OG.SEED only needs a couple of kills to get themselves going just like that. I mean, they've still got that window up there, and losing the Rosh like this is very reminiscent of Game 1. There was a team fight that broke out. They lost the Rosh, although they've got the Snapfire to slow it down just a bit better.
Yeah, but now the Snapfire is going to get chased down. Fly. Perhaps even just baiting them in, as we do see a TP rotation. It is cancelled, though now Abed just jumps in by himself. He does juke out the Stormhammer. Arteezy throws out an adaptive strike, but it does not connect. But those Mortimer's Kisses, they do actually stop the Roshan attempt. So OG.SEED won't go back in. All the heroes are back up and available for EG. Poor Roshan will just be left there with half HP.
Yeah, that's what you get when you can't afford to pay for your medicines. Roche is just going to have to recover naturally, but that is going to buy EG some time. This is going to mitigate the aggression OG.SEED wants to pump out. They can go back really soon, especially once that God Strength is back up. That will allow them to clear that objective quite a fair bit faster, but OG would be ready. You know, they've got they've got a lot of heroes in that general area.
AG smoking up, wanting to take a team fight mid. They did spot out Sibby, but Chessie gonna take over the mid. And it appears they're not really interested in making a jump onto the Void Spirit yet. Perhaps they just wait out the next big items on their causes. You'll see Arteezy trying to pick up a Manta style on the Morphling. Arbed has an Aghanim Scepter queued up, but the Roshan again has been started by OG.SEED. Ramses does scout it out there on the Abaddon. Chessie gonna join in. They'd love to find this Abaddon kill. This Remnant does latch. Still, he has borrowed time. He does proc it. Will he survive this though? They do get the roar off. This is looking really bad for Arbed. He does, well, Arbed jumps in now, but it was looking really bad for Ramses. He does go down. So Arteezy now throws out a Stormhammer with the Sven Morph. Ramses, of course, did buy back on the Abaddon. They really just don't want to allow this Roshan to go away. But now again, the jump is there. He doesn't have borrowed time available. Still, he does get forced up. Madara, false promise with those kisses flying in, surviving through all this damage output of EG. And it looks like they may even find Fly for their troubles. Fly gonna get taken down. Arteezy, meanwhile, jumps Sibby in the back and does find the Beastmaster. But the chase does continue as Hex now comes out on Chessie. He just wants to get out of here. But Arteezy slowly making his way into that mid lane. Ramses still also chasing as Arbed does find a Vortex off onto the Sven. They burst down Madara with that Ethereal and the Adaptive Strike. That'll be another double kill for Arteezy. And with this opening, EG will be able to still Roshan.
It's going to be a rough time for OG.SEED to try to contest this. They don't have their Sven, they don't have buyback in their Sven either, so it's going to be pretty much a free objective here for EG, and that's going to be a lot harder for OG.SEED to play into. It's just they want these early objectives much more. They're not finding them. They're trading unfavorably. They're not able to really lock down an Arteezy at this point. And Morphling's a massive issue for OG.SEED.
Well, Z-Freak's trying to keep tabs, but it looks like they will miss out as Arbed does grab the Aegis, and now the team fight starts. There will be a roar out onto the Shaman, although Yules will be there to protect him. Arbed trying to control up Chessie, but Chessie is not done. He does finally get crit. Ramses now going to make the chase onto Chessie. He will try and just juke them out, although now the Oracle will go down. Peksu getting picked off by Arteezy. Arbed will zip in forward. He really doesn't have any mana to use though. And that'll be it. EG secure Roshan, get another kill onto the Oracle.
Keeping the game much more even than it was in game one. I'd say if you're OG.SEED right now, you are starting to worry just a little bit, right? Your lineup has not cleared out the objectives it did in game one. You're not hitting that same timing, but your draft is still almost just as fast, and you're not clearing out the map as fast enough. You lose the Roshan as well. EG, they're looking a lot better here in game number 2. They've got high mobility heroes that aren't easily locked down by OG.SEED, and that's also a massive issue coming out from this draft. Z-Freak is not able to get those big silences that we expect him to do, and he's been consistently targeted out by EG or isolated by EG, forcing these team fights to not go the way OG.SEED would want.
We'll have a quick look at the win probability, and as it stands, it's sitting at 70% the way of EG, giving OG.SEED a 30% chance of winning this game. But as the game goes on, I mean, sure, Madara could become a real powerhouse on the Sven, but we've seen Svens get kited around over and over again throughout games. Looks like Madara is actually opting to go for the Aghanim Scepter himself. Be a pretty interesting item build for this Sven in this game.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of value in that. It just allows him to gap close that much better, especially against something like the Storm, right? It allows him some mobility without depending too much on something like a Blink, which he could still build on top of that. So you're just making sure Madara is not going to be kited as easily, and that's always a good thing for his Sven.
Certainly is. It's going to make him feel like a real superhero as well with that axe. In fact, Sven does have a cape as well, which just adds to the theme. Madara will have it up fairly soon. You see, just happily farming away, pushing out these waves. EG looking to take a top tier 2 tower. Well, mid lane, Fly may get caught out by Sibi. They do have the Roar available. He'll start off with a stun. Roar comes out and Fly. He just goes down immediately though. Arbet gonna try and find a trade, but Madara, he gets false promised immediately. And now the Remnant, Chessie, controlling up Arbet. Another Aphotic Shield though, gonna allow that Storm to get away. Pexu meanwhile so darn low, but he will survive as Chessie gets shackled up with the Serpent Wards by Crit. And Arbet confirms the kill. As now they go for even more. Pexu still around the area on the Oracle. And Arteezy this time will be the one to clean it up on the Morphling. Two pretty big kickoffs here for EG.
OG.SEED are just bleeding away these kills. They can't afford to give away that much. EG, they give themselves the lead here and...
They found Madara.
Oh boy.
Arbet, he doesn't really have mana. It will force out the BKB. Madara, he's still falling very low, but he'll survive. It's just the right-click damage of Arteezy. He's just full Agimorphed, and it's just way too much to deal with. He does barely manage to get away, but that was his 9-second charge.
Yeah, it's rough when you're forced to BKB TP away from your own jungle, and that's the second use of your BKB. It's not what you want to be seeing. They still lose their last outer tower for that as well. So that's all the outer towers gone for OG.SEED. And stark contrast to game 1, EG definitely in control of the map this time around. And Arteezy becoming a major factor in the lead of Network. He has been the entire game, but he's got a considerable 3k lead now. Major item ahead of everyone else, and he has been a massive issue for OG.SEED. They've not been able to lock him down. They're forced to kind of roar either a support to start a 5v4 fight or kind of unsuccessfully roar up like the Storm Spirit while the Abaddon's around to purge it off. So OG.SEED just have a harder time to get these fights up and running. I think the big thing they're going to have to for Z-Freak's Blink Dagger. Once that's up, they have an easier way of at least initiating. They can get that silence in much easier as well, and that's going to help them just a tad bit. I feel like it's going to be a bit too late though, as the BKBs are going to be up. You already have the Mat style on Arteezy, so he has a way of just purging himself. Always be worried about that Abaddon who can just purge off these effects.
It's very true. So OG.SEED are also getting very, very close to getting that Aghanim Scepter on that Sven. Spot lane crit. Just pushing out the wave, drops the Serpent Wards, and does a lot of damage to that tier 3 tower. Just gotta love those little plays by EG. Forcing all of OG.SEED back towards their own base. And they immediately smoke up, trying to find somebody left alone. They won't quite find a target. They are still just walking around that Radiant side jungle. Teasy now, we'll just get back to farming on the Morph. Dara, gonna get spotted here by this Morphling, but we'll back off immediately. It's now AG. Maintaining this position, Sibi, he's looking for a raw target. They have made the jump onto Madara now. In fact, they were trying to go after Pexu. The Oracle does die. Madara just running away. They don't want to fight without the Oracle, without the Puck. Arbet gonna zip in straight away looking for Chessie. He won't fight him, but they'll be able to get that Beastmaster. And Arteezy now on a godlike streak. Kisses flying in. Crit get jumped on by Chessie, but he's forced to Astral Step out. And Arteezy, oh my, almost gets Madara with the shotgun. Not quite. But with that, straight onto that bot tier 3, they will force out a fortification. They don't even have creeps at the moment. They're still waiting for their wave to come in. So a nice early fortify being forced out. Chessie gonna continue to try and delay things with this Yules, but again, Remnant being blocked by Ramses. This is looking really bad for OG.SEED. Like, they don't really have that many buybacks available, so they can't really afford to take a team fight. Surprisingly enough, EG not willing to take a team fight either. They back off after the range racks, but now Arteezy getting jumped on by the Chessie. He just goes back in. Stormhammer gonna be there. They don't purge off this stun, but he's strength morphing anyway, so he's very, very tanky on this hero. Meanwhile, Z-Freak getting caught in the Serpent Wards and does end up falling as Sibi now gonna get Stormhammered up. A double cookie from Fly. Madara, he does get the false promise placed on top of him, but doesn't matter as Arteezy is still going after Sibi. They control control of the Sven. He's shackled up now by Crit. Arteezy gonna focus his attention onto Madara and does shotgun him down. Chessie popping the BKB, but really can't do anything as Arbit continues to move forward. They find Pexi on the Oracle. They get the shackles off onto the Void Spirit, and now they will definitely be able to confirm this spot, Rax.
Yeah, just like that, OG. They're gonna have a hard time defending this one. They still have fairly short respawn timers, but this is gonna allow EG to play aggressively on those tier 4s.
I think they just... looks like they just finished the game. Chessie will buy back. The Sven does not have buyback available, but Chessie, maybe he can get the job done himself. Still, do they have the control? No. Shotgun immediately there. No, they do not have that control. He dies back immediately. And with that, EG gonna happily clean up the secondary T4. Z Freaks gets shackled up. Sibi trying to run away. Can he even get there? Not really, as Arbit is cleaning up on the Storm. And with that, Ramsey says, screw it, let's go for a fountain dive. Starts dropping his items in the fountain, and Pexu says that's enough. GG is called, and that's going to make the series even out 1-1.
Yeah, it's a really good showing from EG, but OG had a great time in game 1. EG managing to fix that up in game number 2, which does bring the series to a draw, so a good showing from both teams. Did take a while for EG to get it going, but, you know, it was worth the wait. OG surprised us in game 1. Hopefully they show more of that side of them as this tournament does go on.
10 seconds. What's anyway? 10 seconds. It's Radiant's back. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. It's Dire's turn to pick. It's Radiant's pick. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. Just who will die? 10 seconds. 5 seconds. What's Radiant's ban plan anyway? Ten seconds. 5 seconds. Radiant's turn to pick. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. Dire should pick now.
Incarnate.
10 seconds. 5 seconds. Choose your hero. Ten seconds. 5 seconds. Prepare for battle. See? It came back. Seconds to battle. First things first, Dix. Radiant's bottom tower is about to fall. 5 seconds. It's Radiant's turn to ban.
No!
Cool, Dire ban. It's Radiant's turn to ban. It's Dire's turn to ban. What's Radiant's ban?